us being on the same page. My cross-examination will take the direction of reference to your opinion, thereafter just general background of the NGO in order to put into context the questions that you had testified on in your evidence in chief. So I'm going to begin with your opinion in respect of Deborah. And just for the purposes of the record, it was already placed on record, but there are just certain times that I want to put before you that the transfer did happen on the 23rd of March 2016. I'm instructed that she arrived after 3 p.m. The diagnosis was discussed. The date of death reflects as 29 March 2016. The relevant time there too is 5:30 a.m. So doctor, you would then agree with me that she was only at Takalani for 2 nights.
From the 23 to the 26, my lady, yes.
Then doctor, if we can go to the paragraph that begins with, Deborah had recently arrived at Takalani home. Are you at that paragraph?
Yes, I am at the paragraph.
So I'm going to refer you to line 7. I'm going to read the line that reads, nurses at LE knew about this risk and had monitored the risk and managed it. Doctor, how did you know that they managed that risk?
My lady, I think there is a periodical report that mentioned, if I remember certainly well, that mentioned the risk about 2013. So let me just check if I didn't put that in my report.
No, correct, doctor. The periodic did reflect that she was prone to eating rubbish. So that would indicate that they knew. My question is in respect of managed it. How did you know?
If they knew about the risk and she didn't die from it from 2013, can conclude that they had managed it. So or either they managed it or it never occurred.
Correct.
After once it picked up, it never occurred. But they would not have, they would not, unless they had seen it happening, they would never know that the risk exists. So it means they had seen her taking inedible things at some stage, at the very least.
But from 2013, we don't know if she ate rubbish at Life Esidimeni again.
Yeah, no, we don't know that if after the first time, where obviously they will not know the risk exists if they have not seen her attempting to eat and eat something inedible. But they will not, obviously they would not, it's possible. There's no evidence that he did it again and again. So she did it again and again and they kept managing it. But looking at her condition, I don't think if once you have that risk, it would happen once and never happen again.
What I'm asking is the measure death, because she didn't die at Life Esidimeni from eating rubbish, therefore they managed it. Is that the logic?
So can you just ask that again?
So what I'm asking is the logic that because she didn't die at Life Esidimeni from eating rubbish, therefore they must have managed it?
I do not think that one who is prone to eat inedible things, who has actually done so, for the end, life has been picked that up, that would then disappear. That risk would then disappear. If you have had diagnosis and you are at the risk of, and you do show, you take inedible things, it will not. There's no treatment for it. There's no medication for it. So you cannot. It can't disappear. That is why I can conclude that in all those years they've managed it, and the fact that she actually on arrival at Takalani, she actually acted on it, shows that they had managed it over the years.
Then at Takalani home, she was being looked after by nurses who were not familiar with her and her risks. What informs that statement?
Well, practically they were not familiar with her. They had not treated her. That's obvious that they had not treated her, so they're not familiar with her. So they would not know her to know her risks.
I'm with you that they're not familiar with her because she had just, obviously a patient had just arrived. You don't know their history, you don't know much about them. But in respect of her risks, what informs you that they weren't aware of the risk of her being prone to eating rubbish?
Well, unless my memory doesn't serve me well, I didn't see, unless you can show me evidence of communication between Life Esidimeni and Takalani and them being informed that you watch out, this patient is prone to eating edible things. You must manage it. You must manage this way. We've managed it this way. So I didn't find that, unless I missed in the record, I didn't find that detail. What we should require if you are transferring this kind of patient, it can't even be one line that says she's prone of eating inedible things. There will need to be proper communication between the two institutions about that kind of risk and how they manage it. I'm being long, but it's not a risk. You can just say, give her Ativan at night, it will go away. They would have to share certain things, the two institutions, they would have to share certain things that they've done to minimize that risk. Sorry, and also the risk will also be increased by the movement to a new facility, even after communication.
Thank you, Doctor. Then, Doctor, can we just go to the next page to the conclusion of your opinion in respect of Deborah? Can you read the last sentence that begins with the discharge from LE? Sentence ending and death being the end of the paragraph.
So just the discharge from Life Esidimeni and Takalani computed risk of swallowing inedible objects that injured her larynx with resultant bleeding, aspiration, asphyxia, and death.
So, Doctor, are you blaming the inappropriate transfer from Life Esidimeni to the NGO, or are you blaming the NGO for not managing the risk?
There's both. There's two problems. The transfer was inappropriate, and I think in the past I've explained why it would have been inappropriate.
Correct.
The placement at Takalani, we know what Takalani is, was inappropriate. And as well as the management now at Takalani itself was also put at risk. So it's actually at 3 levels. I suspect if it was just one of them, maybe they would not have collided so well. They collided so well because it's 3 actually areas of risk that were imposed on her.
Sorry, Doctor, can you just, you started with saying there's 2 and now there's 3. So the first one is the inappropriateness of the transfer.
Yes.
The second one?
Inappropriate placement and inadequate management.
Okay, so I'm done now in respect of my questions relating to your opinion. For the benefit of the court and as well as yourself, to just curtail my cross-examination is the background that I'm not sure whether you've had it before when you were drafting this, but that will come from my questioning for you to advise. So purely for the purposes of context and background, the composition of Takalani is important to understand. And Doctor, if I go too fast, please just tell me, as well as my lady, if, in respect of note taking, I don't want to rush ahead. Like I said, in respect of the composition of Takalani, around 2012, Takalani was experiencing problems in respect of its board. The Department of Health and Social Development approached Mosego Home, which Dr. Sekhukhune was part of managing Mosego Home at the time.
Just go slow, Mr. Profi. You say in, pardon me, you say around 2012, Takalani was experiencing problems of what?
With its board of directors.
Its board?
Yes, my lady.
Okay. And then?
The Department of Health and Social Development then approached Mosego Home.
Yes.
Specifically, Dr. Sekhukhune, who was part of the management of Mosego. Mosego was a registered non-profit non-profit organization formed in 2007.
Yes.
And was successfully providing community service for psychogeneric people.
Yes.
They were providing such service for the aged with mental and severe disabilities.
Yes.
My lady, my apologies to Mr. Profi, just for clarification. Mr. Profi referred to Mosego successfully having provided services for psychogeneric patients. Should that not perhaps be psychogeriatric patients?
Yes,
especially in the light of his latest statement that the patients were elderly. Perhaps
yes.
Dr. Talatala can perhaps just comment on that, but I suspect there may be...
Thank you, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you.
Mr. Flope.
I'm indebted to my learned senior. He is correct, my lady. My apologies for the error.
Yes.
So Mosego Home took over the reins of Takalani to assist the department from 1 April 2012.
Yes.
The service level agreement was renewed on several occasions.
Yes.
Dr. Sikukune was then the interim administrator of Takalani from 2012 and during the Marathon Project.
Yes.
So, Dr. Some of my questions, if you don't know, please tell me that you don't know. It's merely asked because of the extent and vastness of your experience that it touches on quite a number of aspects in relation to the transfer of users. Your knowledge and experience extends to many aspects, but if I'm overreaching, you're more than welcome to say so. So I begin with, in light of the service level agreement being extended from 2012 right up through the Marathon Project, you'd agree with me that the department renewed the service level agreement because they would have been satisfied with the job that Dr. Sikukune was doing at Takalani.
So, because there's something I didn't get correctly. The service level agreement was for Mosego to assist Takalani. Am I getting that correct?
Correct.
So it means Mosego took some functions of Takalani over.
Yes. So while the issue of the board at Takalani was being resolved, Mosego took over Takalani to assist in its running while the issue of the board was being resolved. Hence, Dr. Sikukune was the interim administrator of Takalani.
Okay, now I get it, Counsel.
So my question is then, on the consistent renewal of that service level agreement, do you agree with me that Dr. Sikukune would have been doing a good job?
That would be difficult for me to conclude. I mean, especially seeing what the department has agreed and done, it's very difficult to say if they've signed something, it means that that person is competent. I cannot comment, actually. It's very difficult to comment.
That's fine, Doctor. Then, Doctor, in respect of the evidence you had given in relation to Deborah, you had testified that it was already known as early as 2013 that she was prone to eating inedible things. However, it's very difficult to, you said even at your facilities, it's very difficult to manage all eventualities. So Similarly, you would agree with me that it would be difficult for an NGO such as Takalani to also manage all eventualities.
Yeah, it's not, yes, it will be difficult to manage all eventualities of life, but this one was the one that was known. It was a known problem. And sorry, a known risk, not problem.
So I just want to get it correct in respect of your evidence. So can we turn to page, it's been a while, so I don't want to strain you and just take you there to read it. If we can go to page 44314.
Yes, I'm there.
If we go to line 14. Just let me know when you're there.
Yes, I think I'm there now. Life.
That is the service they probably offered, and to me, it must have been very intense because within 3 days of arriving at Takalani, she had already acted on what was known in 2013. So, Doctor, you would agree with me that the transfer between patients, as described, everyone has described it, including yourself, as chaotic.
Yes, my lady, I have.
So in that chaoticness, monitoring could have been compromised during the handing over from Life Esidimeni to the department.
Yes, I think we've previously dealt with that. Yes, yeah. There would have been, it was chaotic.
So is it possible that the department, while holding Deborah and transferring her to the matron of Takalani, that they didn't know that she was prone to eating rubbish?
Yes, but as I said, I cannot find communication that says, that's why I'm saying that the 3 phases could be responsible. I mean, heighten the risk, because I couldn't find evidence that this risk was known, communicated from Life Esidimeni to the department to Takalani.
So that's why I want to deal with the first layer from Life Esidimeni to the department in terms of managing the risk. That the department from Life Esidimeni would not have known that she was prone to eating rubbish.
Unless they'd read, like I've done, unless they'd read the periodicals. It was there in the periodicals. The information, the department could have had the information from the periodicals if they did have time to read them, because the information is from the periodicals, which the review board would have.
So during that transfer between Life Esidimeni and the department, she could have ate the rubbish.
In the bus, I cannot get that. Like in the ambulance from where they moved from Life Esidimeni to the department, I would assume that they moved from Life Esidimeni to Takalani. Was there an interim placement?
There is evidence before the court that there was a waiting room between Life Esidimeni and the department, and that's where the transfer went to the waiting area to the department, and then the NGOs came to that waiting area and collected the users from there. So what I'm asking is, in that brief transfer, in that chaoticness, it's possible that she could have ate the plastic.
We'll have to think about that. That would mean she then ate that plastic in that waiting area or in the bus, stayed with it, and then choked on day 2 or day 3 later. Sounds not so likely.
Now, we'll get into the medical evidence, but for now, I just want to know that it's possible that in that period, she could have ate it while the transfer was happening between Life Esidimeni to the department. She could have had the plastic then.
It's difficult for me to commit on that one, because then I'll have to explain why then she didn't choke on it for the next 2 days, and then arrived, could be handed over without symptoms, and then 2 days later then was choking from it.
Okay, Doctor. So why do you say with certainty that she ate the plastic at Takalani?
Because let's go to just open my I just want to make sure that I'm in the same patient. The one who had bleeding from the larynx.
Correct, as stated in your opinion. If you can tell me what you're looking for, I can then be of assistance.
No, I'm just going. Sorry, I'm using electronics. I'm just going to I just want to confirm that it's actually the one who choked from her own blood, sort of.
Okay.
With injury to the larynx. Yes, she's the one. She's the one. It would be difficult for me to say that she got that injury 2 days before, and then 2 days later. Only then she showed the symptoms. If she was with people in the bus, I think she would have choked and coughed from the injury to the larynx, unless it was ignored. All of that.
We'll get there, but I just needed to know the foundation of why you are certain that it was because she wasn't showing any symptoms or wasn't ill when she arrived at Takalani.
Yes, I have no evidence that she was ill when she arrived, and I'll be surprised that Takalani admitted a patient who was being transferred, who was coughing and sick. Correct.
Then you would also give them the evidence that you think that the NGO had nurses, but they were not familiar with her, so they didn't know how to treat her. Do you recall that?
Yes. Yes,
so just to correct your thinking, the NGO had a total staff complement of 106. But I'll get back to the aspect relating to the professionalism and competency of the staff. For now, I just want to get clarity on your evidence in respect of, you said probably they didn't know that she was at risk of swallowing inedible things, so they wouldn't know how to mitigate that. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to correct this thinking again. So on arrival, the staff did read the periodic report, which stated that she was prone to eating rubbish. So for the purposes of background, Deborah was sent with a group of 7 users, and these 7 users came to Takalani on a leave of absence, because you would recall in your evidence, you said that some NGOs prefer to do a trial run to see if the users settle into their NGO.
Yes, Walid.
So the purpose was that these 7 adults would come as a trial, because it would be the first time Takalani is admitting adults, on the basis that Moseko Home is now at the helm of Takalani. Moseko Home has the experience and history of looking after adults. So these 7 adults would now be the first adults coming to Takalani Home. So it was important for Takalani that they only come, given that it's a trial, on a leave of absence, so that the 7 can be closely monitored for the 30-day period that they're on a leave of absence. So they could see if those 7 were suitable to stay at Takalani. Are we on the same page?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So Deborah being on a leave of absence, plus them reading that she has the propensity to eat rubbish, she was then placed alone in a short-term room directly opposite the nursing station. So her movements could always be monitored. She was placed in this short stay cottage because she was on a leave of absence, but also to limit her exposure to things such as dustbins and further objects that she could swallow. The short-term cottage was monitored by CCTV inside and outside the cottage. It was routinely the manager would check the footage as part of the daily supervision to monitor her movements, and nothing was reported in respect of her finding anything and eating anything from the CCTV. So it's incorrect that the Takalani staff was not aware of her propensity to eat rubbish and therefore didn't mitigate the risk. That the measures that I had just explained to you, you would agree with me that they indeed did mitigate her eating rubbish.
My lady, the court will have to confirm those mitigations if they are true, because now it seems mysterious how foreign objects were found in her stomach when there was when she was under CCTV monitoring all the time. My view is that there must have been gaps in their monitoring now that they knew, because initially I wasn't sure whether they knew about the risk or not. Now that they knew about the risk, there must have been gaps then in their monitoring that made her gave her space to swallow the foreign objects. But I think to be for the court to confirm the validity of the claim that they actually did monitor.
I'm with you that it's for the court, but what I'm putting to you is that in your opinion, you expressed that they didn't know and therefore didn't mitigate. Now you know that they did know and did in fact mitigate.
I offered two scenarios. I said either they didn't know and they didn't mitigate, or they knew and they just did not mitigate with the knowledge. In fact, I was giving them a benefit of doubt that may have not known. But now that you are even confirming that actually they knew, then it means they didn't mitigate adequately. And I am doubtful of the evidence that you are providing that they actually did mitigate. Otherwise, how do I explain how she swallowed the foreign objects?
But these measures, if the court were to find that they are valid, you would agree that these factors are adequate mitigating measures?
Well, if she was under CCTV monitoring that was monitored 24 hours by a human being, then and that human being did not see in the CCTV, there's nothing that shows that she went and picked up something, well, those would have been adequate.
Thank you, Doctor. Apologies, my lady. It's just that the doctor has not answered as well my follow-up question to that. So I just want to not repeat anything. You had testified that the nursing staff should not only have experience in taking care of mentally ill patients, but also adults, because they are capable of doing big things. And you made some gestures in your explanation to the court with that, in respect of that. So now that you have the background that Mosego Home, who had extensive experience in looking after adults, was at the realm of Takalani, who had now taken in adults, you would agree with me that in respect of your evidence that the staff didn't know what to do is then also incorrect.
My lady, probably my opinion was being lenient to the staff at Takalani. I mean, it makes matters worse that they actually were experienced, but they could not mitigate the risk.
Just a second. Just a second. There is a hand. Yes. Who's that? Mr. Hassan?
May I please report, my lady? My understanding is that Mosego Home and Takalani are in two entirely different locations. My friend is making the leap that because Mosego, as he says, took over the realm of Takalani, yes, that the professional staff and that Mosego is experienced, that therefore Takalani benefited from that. And he's giving evidence, and I don't know where that comes from. But certainly we can't say that because Mosego is experienced.
Can we excuse the witness? Continue.
Sorry, thank you, my lady. I've been, listening to my learned friend and the evidence that he's giving, and I'm trying not to intervene unnecessarily. I think I have an appreciation for what he's doing, but to say that Mosego Home had experience, and therefore Takalani, the same level of staff or experience or whatever the case is, can be attributed to Takalani is not logical, because they were in two entirely different geographic institutions. Yes.
Can we hear you, Mr. Profi, with regard to this?
My lady, I think that it could be a matter of my learned senior's proposal is then a matter for argument that she's of the view that just because the department went to, I'm of the view that on the basis of the department going to Masego, asking them to take over Takalani given the problems there, that it's because of the experience of Masego Home that they were requested to take over Takalani. So to say that Takalani had no experience in respect of looking after adults is not correct, because the people at the realm of it has experience exclusively in looking after adults. So then my learned senior can then argue that she's of the view that no, just because the directors and superiors at the realm, the experience didn't transfer over to Takalani, and thus they didn't have the nurses didn't have the experience in respect of Takalani. But I'm in the court's hands as Mrs. So the doctor's going to come and give evidence, and that can be canvassed with her.
Yes, Ms. Asim.
My lady, it's just not a question that this witness can answer. It's argument that my learned friend is putting to him, and he's not able to answer it. I think if he wishes to put evidence to this court, then he must do it through his own witness. Thank you,
yes, Mr. Profi. Just.
But it is why I had put to this witness that some of the questions are based on his experience is so vast and touches on a lot of aspects in relation to the Marathon Project. And if he doesn't know, he doesn't know.
Yes, but my problem with that, what I understand from Ms. Hasim's objection is that you seem to be testifying yourself, if I understand her. So if there is evidence that you want to put to the witness, please do so. Don't testify and mislead the witness. I think that's how I understand. Ms. Hasim, am I correct?
Thank you, my lady. My objection is twofold. One is that my learned friend is testifying. The second is that he is testifying on issues that the witness is just not in a position to answer.
It's a second one, yes.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Profi.
My lady, I'm merely putting the version of Dr. Sukukuna to the expert witness for his opinion.
Yes, please tell him that this is what Dr. Sikukuni is going to say, so that we should know. And we should be careful, what we put to the witness, because if he doesn't know, he doesn't know. Right? Correct. The witness can be called back. Ms. Marriott, are you people assisting us? Okay, thank you very much.
Lady, the witness is not at our office. It's with.
Yes, I know, but I thought, isn't it you were phoning him? That's fine. He's back now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doctor, before I continue, I just want to clarify that the background that I'm giving you is the evidence that Dr. Sukukuna is going to present to this court. So the reason why I put it to you is, given that you're an expert and the experience that you have, it's merely to not call you back again after she has given this evidence, but merely to present the evidence to you now when it relates to the evidence that you had previously given. So before we were interrupted, it was in respect of when you had testified, you had said that the nursing staff needed to have experience in more than just dealing with children, but also adults, because they're capable of doing big things. So the staff must know adults as well as children. So what I'm putting to you is that the directors at the helm of Takalani had experience in respect of dealing with the elderly, and as a precautionary measure, the seven were brought as adults on the trial basis. So there was the consciousness to Takalani having to now deal with its first intake of adults. And so they were capable of, it was the trial period to assess that capability. Do you have a comment?
My lady, I was not commenting on the directors, it's on the nurses. Even if you have an experienced management of a health facility, you need actually experienced nurses. Actually, nurses are very critical in a health facility. You need experienced nurses for the health facility. My understanding of Takalani, and I could be corrected because I don't work there, was that it was for children. So the nurses would be experienced with children.
Well, then we'll have doctors going to come and explore that in respect of the entire composition of Takalani. But I'm going to move on from this point. If we can turn to page, before I move on to a whole new point, Doctor, this is in respect of, you questioned the renewal of the service level. I'm sorry to take you back. You questioned the service level agreement that the government would have renewed it. You don't trust their capability or competency to renew it on the basis that whoever they're renewing it with was competent. Did I get that correctly?
It is public knowledge that the government does appoint contractors that are not suitable. I mean, isn't that the nature of our times? So I cannot, because a government has appointed a contractor, assume that the government has done the correct things. There's many examples of incompetent contractors appointed by government, contracts renewed, signed by government. It's on that basis that I cannot vouch and say if it's approved by government, it's correct.
Do you have that same assumption with agreements renewed by Life Esidimeni and the government?
Sorry?
Do you have that same assumption with the contracts renewed between the government and Life Esidimeni?
Any contract signed by government, it's reasonable to not assume that on face value that the government is correct, based on the experience we've had with government. I mean, we shouldn't be here if government was signing proper contracts. We would not be here. There would not have been the discharge of patients to unlicensed NGOs. That is the Department of Health that we're talking about today. It allowed admission to NGOs that were unlicensed. So I cannot, because they signed a contract, and vouch for it that if it's signed by government, it is correct.
But the aspect of licenses is not applicable to Mosera and Takalani because they are previously established.
My lady, the council is saying government renewed a contract with Masejo year after year. Tala, is that not good enough evidence that Masejo was competent? I cannot say that on behalf of government, because personally I do not trust that. Because government has renewed the contract, they have checked everything. It's in the public knowledge where they have not checked everything.
Thank you. The question has been answered. Can we move?
Can we turn to page 30369?
Yes, I'm on the page.
30369.
Doctor, for the purposes of background, this is a decision by the tribunal chaired by the former Judge President It is an appeal by Moseko Home and Takalani in respect of the Health Ombuds report. So can we turn to page 30406? Please let me know when you're there, Doctor.
Yes, I'm on the page. I'm on the page.
Unless there's an issue, Doctor, have you seen this before?
No, I've not seen it before.
Read from the paragraph 22.2 in totality until 22.3.4, please. I don't think it's necessary for you to read it out loud. I just think for your own knowledge to answer my questions. Please just give me an indication when you're done.
Yes, I'm done. I'm done, Counsel.
Oh, quite the fast reader, Doctor. Sorry, I didn't anticipate you reading it so quickly. Doctor, when you compiled your report, was this part of your consideration when drafting the opinion?
I read fast, Counsel, because there's too many words to read at medical school. No, this was not part. I didn't have a look at this document.
So the background I provided to you was fully ventilated before the tribunal. So my question to you is, do you agree or disagree with these findings?
It will be difficult for me to comment. I mean, they're made by a judge. Maybe I should agree with them, but it's difficult for me to comment.
Just a second. There is a hand here.
Oh, sorry, my lady, I'm not on the...
Yes, there are two hands, Miss Marriott and Miss Hasim. You know, I'm worried about this question. Let me hear Miss Marriott and Miss Hasim. Miss Marriott?
Thank you, my lady. It's my respectful submission that this is an unfair question for the witness. He needs to comment on a legal aspect in that regard. It's not fair.
Yes, thank you. Miss Hasim?
My lady, I have the same objection. The witness hasn't read this before, but in any event, it's issues of law that he can't comment on.
Yes. Mr. Profi? Why expect the witness to comment on issues of law?
My lady, because this witness has said that in terms of his 3 tiers, he's put into question the competency and professionalism of the staff. So I'm putting to him that issue has been canvassed and a finding has been made. Does that change his opinion?
But then the person before us is a medical practitioner, isn't it?
Correct, my lady.
He can only comment about things in his area of expertise. He's here because of the opinion that he has compiled in respect of the issues that were there, right? I agree with the objections that have been raised. In my view, we cannot expect him to comment on the findings that were made by legal experts.
My lady, may I respond? Is that the ruling that I cannot continue?
Yes, it is the ruling.
Okay, my lady. My lady, may I just have a second to just...
Okay, you may.
Doctor, in respect of your medical expertise, are you in a position to comment on the precision of when the plastic was swallowed?
My lady, I cannot say that certainty more than my colleagues in forensic pathology. I think they'll be better. I can make my own estimates, but the forensic pathologists are better suited to make that to determine that.
My lady, there's a document. My lady, may I just be given a second? There was a document that I was given. I just want to see that if it was uploaded onto case lines.
You may.
My lady, with the leave of the court, the document I wish to refer to is not uploaded onto case lines. I do consider, in consideration of the fairness to the witness, I'm not sure in the manner my lady wishes me to proceed, if I should just read the short paragraph out to the witness for his comment, or to have
Can't it be uploaded so that everyone can be able to see it as you are posing questions to him? Can that be done during our tea break?
Is my lady referring to the evidence leaders in this aspect?
I'm referring to yourself. It means you can liaise with the evidence leaders so that the document can be uploaded, and then we give witness an opportunity to look at it. Is that possible, Ms. Marriott?
My lady, as soon as we receive the document, we can upload it on case
Can you
lines. I'll
please-
ask the assistant of advocate late, as he has the authority to do so.
Okay. Can you please make the document available? I see it's now 6 minutes before 11. Please make the document available to the evidence leaders, and then we can resume at 11:20 to also give the witness the opportunity to look at the document. The court will therefore take a tea adjournment. The witness is warned. Thank you.
As the court pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
May it please, my lady.
As the court pleases, my lady, I haven't got a notification on my side in respect of the document being loaded. May I just get confirmation from the doctor that he's indeed perused?
Just before you do that, the witness is reminded that he's still under oath. Miss Marriott?
My lady, the document is on page 37497.
37497.
97.
That is under?
It's new. It's additional information is awesome. Just be on top of the transcripts, my lady.
Okay. 37497.
Ready for the court's reference, it's index 412, further docs for LE.
Yes, thank you.
It's upside down. Are you ready to proceed, Mr. Profi?
Indeed I am, my lady. Doctor, have you had the opportunity to peruse this document?
Yes, the one titled Masaka Home Takalani.
Death report.
Yes, death report.
Doctor, can we just read under the heading report details, paragraph beginning after supper at 1700 hours? Can you just read that paragraph and let me know when you are done? Oh, sorry, my lady, there's an objection.
Yes, Miss Asim.
My lady, can my learned friend first address the provenance of this document? We don't know who authored it and when.
Mr. Profi?
My lady, in respect of it being a death report, the purpose of it is merely to get may the doctor be excused. My lady, it relates merely to, I will take instruction who the author is, in light of me only having 2 days notification to press.
Can first know who the author is. Where does it come from?
It's, my lady, a death report done by Takalani. I will take an instruction in respect of who the author is.
Okay, you may do so before we call the witness.
I'm indebted to the court, my lady. It was drafted by the center manager, Mr. Michael C. Shocha, shortly after the death, and sent to the department as notification in respect of the death.
Who is this Michael Sisora?
He is the center manager at Takalani.
Yes. Can the witness come back? Yes, you may proceed.
Doctor, this death report was drafted by the center manager of Takalani. It's the report done to notify the department of any deaths that happen at the NGO. I was referring you to the report
Mr. Pinar?
May it please the court, my lady, just for the sake of clarity and convenience, I would submit that it would be proper for this report to be then handed in as an informal exhibit, my lady. If questioning is going to be conducted with regard to this report that has now been uploaded.
Okay.
I think that would be proper, my lady.
Is it not proper for him to question him and thereafter, once he's done, then he can hand it in?
Well, my lady, I would submit at this stage he's going to... We have no indication whether the witness is going to be called or the author of this document as a witness at a later stage, be it by my learned friend, Mr. Profi, or by with the indulgence of your ladyship, who's in control of these inquest proceedings. But then I trust, if that is the case, my lady, I would submit it would be proper to identify the document at this stage. Then it's been admitted, even be it preliminary, my lady, okay, but that an exhibit number should be appointed to this particular document. And I think we ended at Exhibit W, my lady.
Okay. Can I first hear the views of the others? That's fine.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you.
My lady, I share the views of Advocate Pinari's, Advocate Sibara.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sibara. Ms. Hasim and any of the evidence leaders?
My lady, I agree with my learned friend, Mr. Pinar.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Late? Mr. Late?
My lady, I submit that the document be uploaded as an exhibit under the name, under the number of the witness currently testifying, Dr. Talatala, not a separate document, not a separate exhibit.
I'll have to check the statement of Dr. Talatala's evidence. If you may assist me, what was that exhibit number?
You, my lady.
Come again?
You.
You.
Union.
Yes, it's you, but we had Let me check here. We had Exhibit U1. Am I correct that we had Exhibit U1?
That's the only one that I've marked on my list, my lady.
Come again?
U1 is the only document that I've marked on my list of exhibits. I don't know whether
this
you have
could
any
be,
further.
we can number this as U2.
As the court pleases.
This document, as it appears on case line, on page 37497, with the heading Mosero Home, Trading as Takalani, death report in respect of Deborah Petla is handed in and admitted into evidence as Exhibit U2.
As the court pleases.
Continue, Mr. Profi.
Doctor, if you could just read the report details from after supper, paragraph ending 0530.
Yes, Amaleta, I've read it unless you want me to read it aloud.
No, Doctor, if you've read it, it's fine. Doctor, the purpose of this is I wanted us to get to my issue is the assumptions that are reflective in your opinion in respect of Deborah. This morning you had said if she had swallowed it when she was with the department, she would have been coughing. The NGO would have then ignored her coughing. So I want to put before you that it reads that after supper at 5 o'clock, she started to vomit, but then she was up and about and she appeared to be fine. She had three hourly toilet training rounds were taken. Then at 5, staff nurse, just for the record purposes, I wasn't aware what that acronym was for. It's staff nurse Virginia did her rounds and she reported that she had bathed and was put to bed and she appeared to be weak. Staff nurse Virginia went to her room and found her gasping. Now, doctor, with that in mind, we now no longer have she could have been coughing on the bus, she would have been coughing at admission. We have it that the night before she had vomited, then she appeared to be fine and she did her toilet training in the early hours of the morning and then gasped and subsequently passed on in the early hours of the morning. What is your comment in relation to that?
My lady, let me start this way. This is a confusing document, which I'll leave it to the court to weigh it, because this morning advocate had said there at Takalani, they were aware of the risks that the patient was coming with. But if you look at how the document starts, it says on admission, the resident was assessed by the matron. There were no clinical report presented to Takalani home, only the medical prescription and MHCF 27 leave of absence. So we are dealing with a document written by seniors at Takalani that contradicts what was given to us this morning. So that's the background. We are going to go to the second paragraph that I'm going to comment as advocate has asked. It is confusing because it's unclear what after 5. Was it after 5 on the day of admission or after 5 later on? Can the counsel assist me there? What after 5?
After 5, the day before she died, being the 25th. So after 5 on the 25th.
And then she died in the morning the following day.
She died the morning of the 26th.
Can you then assist me? What would then be the question?
That we are no longer dealing with when you had said she would have been coughing the NGO would have just ignored her. She would have displaying symptoms that she would be choking on the bus. She would have displayed that there was issues. So now what I'm saying to you is that in light of what we now know is that she'd arrived, she was fine, she had supper, she vomited, she went to bed, she did her toilet training, she then woke up in the morning gasping and then passed on. So we no longer have to assume that she was coughing on the bus or that she wasn't fine. We now know that she was fine. And in light of this, what is your comment in that respect?
Yes, my lady, it was my view, my initial view that the patient must have taken something, a foreign body at the Takalani and coughed, but it is advocate who brought the possibility that the person could have eaten something in the bus or as they left as Esidimeni. That is why I
interject you. You said it was your initial view that
the patient may have taken the foreign body at Takalani, that possibility, and then choked and died. It was the advocate who brought to my attention that it's also possible that he could have swallowed it in the bus. So to me, both scenarios are possible. But if they didn't notice anything until 5 before the day she died, the likelihood then would be that she swallowed something at Takalani and then choked at the time.
No, Doctor, let me just, I never said the bus. I said in the transfer at the facility between Life Esidimeni and the department, there in that transfer, she could have consumed. But Doctor, so in light, just to settle this report details, this doesn't change your stance, or you again leave it to the court to weigh the evidence?
They must weigh the court. I think the court must weigh the evidence. As I said, my initial view was that she arrived and was not coughing, and then what probably was not seen, the risk that she could swallow inedible things was not picked up, and then she swallowed something, choked, and then died. Was
your initial assumption?
Yes. But as I say, it's possible, all three possibilities. I mean, there's still a possibility that there was still a possibility because I don't know what happened between Life Esidimeni and Takalani. That possibility also still exists.
So the possibility is there. That's what I wanted to ensure. Now, Doctor, my concern with your opinion is that when you were drafting it, you were unsure about the staff component, you were unsure about the nursing capabilities. There was a lot of uncertainties in your report, yet you reached a conclusion. So with respect, that now that those assumptions have been addressed, does your opinion remain?
Unfortunately, my lady, assumptions have not been addressed. I remain unclear what staff complement they had. I mean, even the issue we're dealing with now about where she could have swallowed this thing, there's no certainty that she didn't swallow it at Takalani or she didn't swallow it at any of the levels. So that's why my opinion gives scenarios. It's not pinned. It gives scenarios. That's why I even said, if you look at the staff training, I'm saying either they were not trained and didn't have experience with children. That's why it would have been wrong to place with Takalani. If they were trained and they had experience, then they missed it. So it doesn't change it because those have not been settled.
Okay, so as long as it's not conclusions, but more just scenarios that you're throwing out there. Doctor, my question was, had you requested further information based on these, instead of making a conclusion with all these scenarios, had you thought, I don't know the nursing staff, I don't know their capabilities, I don't know when this plastic was consumed, there are so many factors which I do not know, let me ask for additional information, and you would have then been provided with, at the time you were writing this report, the appeal would have been there, the record to that appeal would have been there. There would have been extensive information before you, and then instead of a opinion of scenarios, we would then have instead sat with a conclusive factual opinion that can be of assistance in respect of Deborah.
I did ask for it, my lady. I was guided that I must use the information that is available on the record, and I perused the entire record. But having said that, my lady, even with what the advocate is providing me here, there's still no certainty. So with the information that he's provided me, I'm no better than the information that was in the docket.
Where I disagree with you that you're in no better situation is that you now know that the staff was aware that she had the propensity to eat rubbish, that you thought you weren't certain whether they had nurses. My lady, there's.
I'm not. Oh.
Yeah, just a second before you respond, Ms. Asim.
My lady, my learned friend is putting conflicting facts to the witness. He's confusing the witness. On the one hand, he says they did know.
Can the witness step aside, please?
On the one hand, he says.
Just a second, Ms. Asim. Yes.
So my apologies. On the one hand, he says that Takalani did know that Ms. Petla suffered from this condition, and they were aware of it when she arrived, and they had the periodical report. Then he presents this document, and in this document, which is also hearsay, by the way, this document, as the witness points out, in the admission it says they didn't have medical records when the patient was received. So that's conflicting.
Which suggests that they didn't know her condition.
That they did not know her condition. So this last question now is confusing the witness, because there's all these different options, either on the bus, maybe not on the bus. And I just think that this question should not be allowed. It's just not fair to the witness.
Mr. Profi.
In respect of the confusion of the bus, I had rectified that and said that the bus scenario never came from me. It was one of the scenarios presented by the witness, which was cleared up. Then the purpose of the death report was that the doctor was uncertain that when the patient arrived, he says that on his version, and when he wrote the report, she would have been coughing, she would have presented issues. And so the purpose of the report was to reflect that the health status of the witness. Mrs. Sukuna will come in and give the evidence in respect of what the issue.
It's better that way. You must just put the version of your client to the witness, because now it's confusing. This document doesn't talk what you presented to him before we took the break. As Ms. Hasim puts it, right? To say that they were not out, isn't it? You told the witness that they were aware of Ms. Deborah's position. Now the document says they didn't receive the medical records, which suggests that they did not know her condition. So
no, I didn't.
Yes, if you can clarify that so that we can follow.
At no stage did I tell the witness that they were not aware. I told him the version of.
No, but what we're saying is that this document that we have just presented now, it says they did not receive the records of the patient.
And Mrs. Sukuna will come and give that evidence. What I needed the evidence before this witness, my lady, is in respect of the health status. He says he didn't know the health status of the witness, if she was coughing, if she was uncomfortable. He didn't know that. So the purpose of the document is to say that here is the evidence in respect of her comfortability, in respect of how she was.
Yes, I've noted you, Ms. Hasim.
Of how she was behaving when she was at Takalani. So does that assist him in drawing, instead of a scenario, giving us an actual conclusion?
Okay, let me hear Ms. Hasim.
Sorry, my lady, but that's this all stems from Mr. Profi's own confusion of the different versions that are being put to the witness. So he says, well, that the witness didn't know the health status. Well, the witness did speak to the health status in his report and in his initial evidence. He spoke to what he could discern from the docket. This question about Mr. Profi is now saying, well, the witness said he didn't know the health status, whether she was coughing when she arrived. That all came about from Mr. Profi's line of questioning about whether it's possible that she ingested something on the way to Takalani. So, again, I feel that this is just confusing the witness. Okay. I'm not sure what it is. I mean, the Mr. Profi can put this evidence to Mr. Kupune and we can deal with it then.
Okay.
Thank you, Maledi.
Thank you very much.
But I mean, the court's hands have got no objection to presenting this, that I had said that Mrs. Skuna will come in and give this evidence.
Yes, but what we should guard against is to put confusing evidence to the witness, because the witness is going to be confused and is not going to assist the court. So we should just guard against doing that. That is the concern of Mr. and Ms. Hasim. Right? If you want to place that evidence on record, maybe your client can come and testify in that regard. But now confusing the witness, putting the two versions which are different to the witness, I mean, it doesn't help us at all.
As the court pleases.
Yes, continue. Can the witness come back? Continue, Mr. Prof.
Doctor, just to clear up any confusion. But I just want to ensure that the echo is gone. Okay, yes,
it is gone, yes.
In respect of the question that I have, or the answer that I require from you, is that given the scenarios you have presented, what I'm trying to do is have you assist the court and eliminate scenarios that you had presented, so that the court can have a matter of fact from you and not a bunch of scenarios. So if Mrs. Sukuna's evidence is that the staff of Takalani was aware of the periodic report of the propensity to eat rubbish, which is why they mitigated accordingly. Your evidence is then the court must evaluate that evidence, whether they are telling the truth or not in respect of the mitigation, correct?
Yes, my lady.
So now we leave that determination for the court. The purpose of the death report was seeking your clarity in respect, because your opinion does not speak to it, because you didn't have the necessary information before you. So the purpose of the death report is to say that we know that on the 25th she was fine, she had supper, she vomited, she was fine, she did her toilet training fine, the next morning she was gasping and then passed on. With that knowledge and that version, does your opinion of are we still in the realm of scenarios, or can we get a confirmed matter of fact from you?
My lady, firstly, it's not a bunch of scenarios, as advocate puts it. It is scenarios based on the information that I have. It is difficult for me to take that information provided as it is, especially because in the first paragraph, it is contradicting what the advocate had said, the people at Takalani said. So to me, it remains a scenario. That's why I say that the court will have to then determine what is true. In this report, they are implying that they didn't even know about the risk in the first paragraph. They didn't know about the propensity to swallow, for the patient to swallow foreign objects. If I'm gonna take that paragraph in the context of the full report, it is then difficult to say the information on paragraph 2 is factual. I could comment that based on that information, that scenario they are implying is plausible, but doesn't eliminate other scenarios, especially because they contradicted themselves in the first paragraph.
Doctor, I will then, my point, or why we're not getting to resolution, is if the court you want the court to make this evaluation. The court makes an evaluation and finds that the version is true. So now let's move forward from there. You want the court to make the evaluation. The court makes the evaluation and says what Mr. Kun is saying is true. Now, the latter portion, if what she says is true, and we have what I need your comment on is, in your medical experience, your comment in respect of someone who appeared in the second paragraph, that she has supper, she's fine. That's the comment I require, not a comment in respect of honesty or anything, in respect of your comment to that.
Advocate, you want me to say this scenario must be the only scenario based on the information provided by someone whose contradicting information brought in the morning. It is very difficult to do so.
I'll move on, Doctor.
Please move on.
I'm going to move on.
Ms. Hasim?
My lady, I was going to object, but since my learned friend is moving on, there's no need to go further.
Yes, let's just move on.
Then you would agree with me that in your evidence in chief, a number of times you had explained that we should defer to the medical experts. So in determining the window, since we're working on such a narrow 2-night window on when that plastic was consumed, would we then, can you comment on that, or shall we defer it to the medical experts to answer that?
I think they are the most qualified to determine when it was swallowed, the forensic pathologists.
My lady, if I may just take an instruction, that concludes, but I just want to take an instruction if there's anything addition that.
Do that, and yeah.
My lady, that concludes my cross-examination of the doctor. Doctor, thank you for your returning and making time to return to the inquest and for the availability.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just before I go to Mr. Van Bergen, before I come to you, I just want to find out, I'll come back to you, Mr. Van Bergen. Ms. Beauty Kekana and Mr. Veselo, do you have questions in cross-examination to this witness? Mr. Veselo and Ms. Kekana, are you there? Are they not part of these proceedings?
My lady, I saw Mr. Veselo signing in on several occasions.
Even Ms. Kekana, I think.
Yes.
Yes. Can I ask you, one of you, or even Nelisiwe, to check with them if they are there? In the meantime, I'm going to allow Mr. Van Bergen to address the court.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I have already examined Dr. Takalani, but there's something that has arisen from Mr. Profi's examination of him, which I submit is relevant to be investigated further. and that is, my lady, the causal relationship between plastic that had been found in the stomach and the death of the patient, which was due to the aspiration of blood. And anatomically, there's something that doesn't make sense to me, and I would just like to take it up with the doctor, with your ladyship's leave.
Okay, you may.
I'll try to be as brief as I can. Dr. Talatala, good morning. You may recall I'm Harry van Bergen. I'm acting for Life Esidimeni. The questions I want to put to you are unrelated to the involvement of any specific party, but goes to anatomically understanding what the cause of death was as based on the post-mortem findings. If I may ask you to go to page 6576.
Yes, I'm on the page, Counsel.
Doctor, you're faster than I am. You'll see that that is the report on the post-mortem examination performed by Dr. Morule. And in Roman paragraph 5, he says the cause of death was determined to be consistent with asphyxia due to the aspiration of blood. And if one then goes to the next page, 6577, and you go to the last paragraph, that's Roman paragraph 9, neck structures, it is recorded that the larynx is perforated and contused. And I'll come back to that. If you can go to the next page, the second paragraph, Roman 11, mediastinum and esophagus. And it says esophagus, I assume it should have been esophagus, lumen is cyanosed and intact. And it's those findings in correlation with the reference to the patient having vomited on the evening prior to her death that I wanted to not debate with you, but just to get clarity from you. If we can perhaps just go back to paragraph 9, neck structures on page 6577, just to orientate oneself anatomically. My lady, I see that Ms. Hassan has her hand up.
Yes, Ms. Hassan.
My lady, I'm not objecting yet, but can I just ask for the sake of completion that the entries in the pathologist report on page 6577 under Roman numeral 4 is also put to the witness, just so that he has the full picture.
I'll gladly do that, my lady. I agree with my learned friend, and I thank her for that.
Number yes, number 4, Roman figure 4. Ne?
As your ladyship pleases, external appearance of the body and condition of the limbs. And then there's a heading, history. The deceased was vomiting before death on 26 March 2016. My lady, I may just comment that I looked again at the affidavits, and it appears that the vomiting was on the 25th, not on the 26th, but I think that is by
the night prior to the death, ne?
The night prior to the death.
Yes, that's how I understood you. So it was on the 25th.
As your ladyship pleases, around about 1700 it would appear. Then bloody fluid noted in the nose and mouth, and no external signs of injuries. Doctor, if we can then just look at the anatomy of the neck, excluding blood vessels, nerves, and the vertebral column, there are two major structures in the neck. The first is the trachea, and the second would be the esophagus. Would you agree?
Yes, my lady, that's correct.
The trachea in layman's terms, that is the pipe through which one breathes. That's where air enters and goes down the trachea to the lungs ultimately. Do you agree?
Yes, but it is even called the windpipe.
That's it. Thank you very much for that. The esophagus, which lies behind the trachea, the function of that is it's the conduit through which sustenance, food, and liquids are transported from the mouth into the stomach. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lady.
Now, what I don't quite follow as regards the formulation of the cause of death and any relationship it may have with the plastic that was found, and that one sees on page 6578, Roman paragraph 17, stomach and contents. Stomach is pale and intact. It contains 2 bottled up plastics, which are the size of a fist. Several pieces of brown papers are found in the stomach. Partially digested food resembles samp with beans. Now, what?
Roman, just a second, Roman figure on this page.
17, my lady.
Okay, continue.
That's the second last paragraph on that
Yes,
page.
I'm there.
Doctor, my confusion, if I may call it that, is that the plastic that was found in the stomach would have passed from the deceased's mouth through the esophagus and into her stomach. Do you agree?
Yes, Causal.
If one looks at the findings regarding the esophagus, it says the lumen, and the lumen is actually the opening of the esophagus. Would you agree?
Yes.
It says it is intact.
Yes.
Sorry, it's cyanosed, which means that there's evidence of a lack of oxygen that reached the blood vessels there. Do you agree?
Yes, that's correct.
But it is intact, which means there is no injury to it.
Yes.
That was noted. So what I take from that is it would appear that the plastic, when it was ingested and swallowed and passed through the esophagus, did not.
Just a second. Can you just finish this point, and then I'll give you the chance, Miss. Yes. Let him finish this point. Yes.
Did not cause any injury to the esophagus. Would you agree?
So, my lady, may
Just
I
a second.
intervene?
Just a second. Yes, Miss Asif.
Apologies, my lady. It's just again for the sake of completeness. There is another entry that's relevant to the lumen that my learned friend was referring to, and that's under Roman numeral 18. And it says copious amounts of watering fluid in the lumen. I don't know what the relevance is, but I'm sure the doctor will help.
This is now 18. Yes, Mr. Van Berg.
My lady, if I may respond to that, that entry relates to the intestines and mesentery. So that is the anatomical structures that lead from the stomach downwards for elimination purposes. A lumen can apply to many structures in the body. So one has a lumen in the esophagus, you have a lumen in the bowel. So this has no relationship to the lumen in the esophagus that I was referring to.
Oh, okay.
And if Dr. Talatala differs from me, then obviously I'll invite him to say so. Doctor, would you agree with what I put on record?
So, sorry, my lady, I think Advocate Hassim is talking.
Come again?
I'm not sure if I should answer because Advocate Hassim is.
Oh, there is another hand, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you, my lady. It's just, again, for the sake of completeness, because the question is asking for an explanation of the pathologist's report and what it could mean, how it relates to the cause of death. And the pathologist, Dr. Marule, speaks to this question, it seems to me, at page 6599. Particularly under the heading, the findings are as follows, and particularly bullet number 5. So if the witness could also have regard to that. Thank you, my lady.
Yes, my lady. I was going to go to that because that is actually the core of where my my concern arises from. But I'm grateful that Ms. Hassan is keeping me on the straight and narrow, or attempting to do so. My lady, if I may proceed.
Yes, you can just rephrase your question so that the doctor can follow.
As your ladyship pleases. Doctor, the last question I put to you is that judged by the findings at post-mortem in relation to the esophagus, the plastic appears not to have caused any injury to the esophagus.
Yes, my lady, from the pathologist's findings, it doesn't look like they found any injury to the esophagus.
Thank you. Doctor, and then if one looks, and I must just go back to it, that's 6577. Sorry, the 6577, Roman paragraph 9, the larynx is perforated and contused. The word contused, does that mean that it is, in essence, it has the appearance of being bruised?
Yes, my lady, it's injured. I don't know if I can tell. It's bruised, actually, maybe.
Yes.
So that is inside.
And the larynx being perforated means that, in fact, the laryngeal wall has been breached.
Yes, that's what it means.
Perforated means?
It means that the wall of the larynx has been breached. So there's an opening in it that appears to, well, we don't know what caused it, and that is what I will be getting at. My lady, if one can then go to the page that Ms. Hassan referred us to earlier, 6599.
Yes.
And one sees that under the heading, the findings are as follows, is Dr. Marule says perforated and contused upper part of the airway, the larynx. Now, perhaps just to take a step back, Doctor, you will agree there is no communication between the esophagus and the larynx.
I mean, natural communication.
Natural, yes.
Yeah, yes, not.
And we know that the esophagus was intact, so that had not been perforated.
Yes, my lady.
Then it says both lungs showed blood in the airways, were edematous, that means it was swollen, is that correct, doctor?
Yes, that's correct, counsel.
With leopard skin appearance. Now, this appears to me to be due to the findings described in the first paragraph, the perforation and contusion of the airway. That would have resulted that any bleeding that had been caused by that would have gone down the airways and into the lungs.
Yes, I think that's also what the pathologist concluded on.
Yes. And then he goes to the foreign bodies, including plastics having been found in the stomach. and his cause of death was found to be asphyxia due to aspiration of blood. So what he says is that the bleeding from the perforated esophagus and contused esophagus was aspirated, and that caused difficulties in proper oxygenation of the lungs, caused asphyxia, and that caused the death. Is that also how you understand it?
Yes, that's how I understand it.
Then he says the aspirated blood would most probably have come from the traumatized larynx, which most probably was caused by swallowing of an object that was hard and sharp enough to cause perforation, and which was not seen during autopsy examination. Now, what I want to put to you, Doctor, is that this appears not to have been the plastic, because the plastic, we have already established, would have caused injury to the esophagus if it had been hard and sharp.
Not necessarily, but the way the pathologist puts it, it looks like there could have been something else that the person swallowed and it went to the larynx and caused the perforation.
Yes, Doctor,
not a plastic.
Yes, as I take this, it seems that there was an independent, different, let's call it an incident or event, which traumatized the larynx and then led to the chain of events as described by the pathologist.
Yes.
And that the plastic, yes, it was found in the stomach, but it does not appear to me as if that really played a role in the cause of death of the patient.
Well, it may not have played a role in perforating the larynx, my lady. So there could have been something else that could have, something else that she tried to swallow, or and then perforated the larynx. She could have even coughed it out. I mean, it remains scenarios that could have happened.
Yes, but normally when one swallows, it doesn't go down the larynx, it goes down the esophagus.
Mm.
It can go down the larynx in error. Sorry, I cut you. But
not a problem, Doctor.
It can go down in error. It can, like, yes. If you are trying to swallow something, then it doesn't go down your. That's how we choke when we're eating.
Yes.
It can go down in error.
Yes.
But is that what happened in this scenario from what we are reading, Doctor?
Obviously, my lady, the pathologist is saying they didn't find any sharp object in the stomach.
Yes.
And yet the injury looks like it was caused by a sharp object. So one possibility is that she was swallowing something that was sharp and hard, and that thing, she choked on it. It didn't go down the esophagus. It went down the larynx. Obviously, when she's choking on it, it perforated the larynx. She took it out or coughed it out, or it was taken out, because it's not. Otherwise, if she choked on it, it should have been found and it remained there. It should have been found in the larynx, or it should have gone down the lungs, or should have coughed it out and swallowed it in the stomach. But it's not there in the stomach either.
But then, if I understand the scenario that and all what Mr. van Bergen is reading now, this shows that this plastic, even though it was found in the stomach, it didn't play any role.
My lady, not in the perforation of the larynx. I don't want to exclude.
Yes, but we have to understand, isn't it? That is why we are asking you, because you are the only doctor that is left here with us.
Yeah, no, it will not have. To answer it simply, it will not have perforated the larynx, the plastic in the stomach.
Mm.
It could cause the vomiting that was described the day before, but not the perforation of the larynx.
Yes. Yes, Doctor, that was what I was going to propose to you, is that the plastic in the stomach may have caused the deceased to become nauseous, which led to vomiting. And the evidence in the affidavits is that it appeared that she improved subsequent to vomiting. The vomit is also not described as having been blood-stained or blood in itself. So it appears to have been stomach content that was vomited and not blood. And I know one is trying to now reconstruct, but I just am wondering, and that's why I put these questions to you, whether there is really any causal relationship between the ingestion of the plastic and the death of the patient.
My lady, reading from what the pathologist says, I mean, it gives another scenario, and it actually makes it less likely that the plastic perforated the larynx and caused the bleeding that was aspirated, leading to the death.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank
My
you.
lady, I hope that well, I hope I haven't confused matters even more, but I deemed it necessary to get that on record, as your ladyship pleases.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Bergen. Can I just find out from anything from Miss Beauty Kekana and Mr. Veselo?
Judge, Mrs. Bitikekana is still in the meeting. I'm not sure about Mr. Veselo. I sent him an email, however, Judge.
She's in the meeting, but she's not
My
responding.
lady,
I'm listening, Mr. Late.
I contacted Mr. Wesselaar. He's got problems connecting to the meeting. I asked him whether he has any questions to the witness. He says he doesn't have any questions, ma'am.
Okay, Miss Beauty Kekana? Because I think she also had problems with connectivity. Miss Kekana?
Yes. Hi, Judge. I will need to question the doctor when my turn comes. It will
When
be
your
in
turn
relation
comes.
to the.
What do you
Yes,
mean when you say when your turn comes? The doctor can't be coming. He has been coming to these proceedings many a times. Is this not your turn? The reason why I'm asking you is because I wanted you, if you have got questions, to question him now, so that Mr. Pitlela can be the one who's going to be at the end.
Okay, but my questioning will be in relation to the TB.
To the?
TB, tuberculosis.
Yes, what about it?
According to their perception about TB, the patients have contracted TB whilst at the NGO, forgetting that TB can be contracted from Esidimeni during that period when they were that site, and when they came to Bopilong or to any NGO, they only manifested with coughing, which is a sign of TB.
Yes.
So they need to inform the court how TB is being contracted, that it takes long before it can manifest itself.
Okay.
And if they say Bopilong was overcrowded, then they should tell us as to whether they came to visit Bopilong, because Bopilong was never overcrowded.
Now this one, what is your question actually? Just ask the doctor. If you have got a question, just ask one question. He will respond, and then you go to the next one. Don't mix the questions.
Okay.
The first one is in relation to the contraction of the TB.
Yes.
Yes. What is the question you want to know? Yes.
What I want the doctor to do right now is to inform the court how TB is being contracted.
Yes, doctor. Are you in a position to answer?
Well, it is a general question.
Yes, it is
I'm
a
not
general
sure if
question.
I should. I can do it's airborne. You can get through the air. You inhale it. That's one way, but it's too broad.
Ms. Kekana, if you can just specify your question.
Yes, doctor. What I need the court to know is that TB could have been contracted from Esidimeni, And when patients went to different NGOs, it's the time when the TB manifested itself as an NGO, not necessarily that patients contracted TB at NGOs.
Do you agree with the statement or not, doctor?
It's a difficult one for me. I'm not sure if I did talk about TB and cases. I don't know.
Okay.
What context should I answer the question?
Ms. Kekana, can we confine the doctor to the questions that relate to his report, not general questions? Remember, the doctor came in his capacity here as a psychiatrist. Am I correct, doctor?
Yes, my lady.
Yes.
Better. My expertise is.
We shouldn't forget that the doctor is now testifying in his capacity as a psychiatric doctor or a psychiatrist.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
We shouldn't ask him general questions.
Okay. In relation to psychiatric, doctor, would you agree with me that patients who are at Vescopis, for an example, you as doctors concentrate on the mental illness, not on the general health of the patient. And that on itself can cause, can mislead the nurses or the doctors of the NGO. If there are no history for the heart, for the renal, for other things in general. Do you agree with me that that could lead to misleading or mistreating of the patients?
My lady, that would be a deadly error if the doctors at the psychiatrists at Vescopis or any of the big hospitals, psychiatric hospitals, standalone psychiatric hospitals, were to just focus on the mental health issues. Mm-hmm. Yes, that is their focus. That's the reason why the patients are there. But there's the overlap between physical illness and mental illness is so huge, such that if we did that, patients would die from high blood pressure, from diabetes. So they are there. They are assessed for and treated for their psychiatric conditions, but they are also monitored for any medical problems. That is why these hospitals will not only have the psychiatrists as specialists, they will have training psychiatrists who are still fresh, and they also have just medical officers who will just check patients for other medical illnesses. Obviously, once a medical illness is established, then a determination can be made that the person must be taken out to go to a general hospital for treatment. But we have to monitor them for medical problems as well.
Okay, thank you. Do you have another question, Ms. Kekan?
Yes, the reason why I am asking this question is because the report that the NGOs received from Esidimeni was just a prescription sheet with medication, but with no history of any other chronic illnesses or any other illness.
Okay.
So I need the doctor to confirm that because he's saying they are having those, but I am saying they are not concentrating on the whole body system of the patient. They are only concentrating on
the mental state.
Yes.
Yeah, you are not that audible.
So, doctor, please
Yes.
Hello, Judge.
Yes, just phrase your question so that we can follow it.
Okay. I want the doctor to confirm that is the error. I'm saying the patients which were received from Esidimeni did not have a full report of other chronic illnesses.
Yes.
So what I want from him as a psychiatric, having checked all the records of those patients, can you confirm that the medical reports were there?
My lady, I think let's separate two things, if I can.
Just a second, just before you respond, Mr. Van Bergen.
My lady, I have sympathy with Ms. Kekana as a layperson having to question a witness, but as I understand the question, she's asking Dr. Tala to comment on whether records were.
Oh, I think Ms. Kekana, if you can just mute your mic, please.
My lady, Dr. Tala isn't in a position.
Just a second. I think there is an echo from her side. Okay, thank you. Proceed.
Dr. Tala isn't in a position to testify or comment on what documents were provided or not. He can comment on general aspects, but he cannot comment on whether records were provided or received by this NGO or not. In fact, that statement is completely opposite to what has been deposed to by a number of witnesses already, but this doctor cannot comment on it.
Yes, Ms. Kekana. Are you still there? Yeah, we're going to have a problem here. Ms. Kekana, are you there?
Judge, I was under the impression, Judge, that the doctor was given documents to study before he could make any to come to a conclusion about certain things regarding the illnesses of the patients.
Yes.
So if he was given the documents, then he would be able to tell us about the question in relation to medical examination of all the patients, medical examination, not psychiatric examination.
Mm. Yes, Ms. Hassim.
My lady, the doctor is testifying on the opinion that we provided in relation to the dockets that he looked at, and he did not look at every single
I don't
patient
think
disease.
we don't know as to whether he also looked at the dockets that related to patients who were at this NGO.
He did not, lady.
Yes. Ms. Kekana?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, remember the doctor is only testifying about the dockets of the deceased or the patients who were at the particular NGOs. And from his report, I don't think there is any that shows that he looked at the dockets of patients who were at your NGO.
Oh, okay, okay.
That
Judge.
doesn't mean that
Then
he
I am
looked at
covered.
all of them. So this was only in relation to the specific ones.
Okay, Judge. Okay.
Okay. Do you have another question?
No, I do not have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pitlela, are you ready to, oh, Ms. Hassim? Before I go to Mr. Pitlela.
My apologies, my lady.
And then Mr. Late after Ms. Hassim. Yes.
Just arising from the questions that my learned friend Mr. Van Bergen put to the doctor, I had one or two questions of clarification
Yes.
for the doctor.
I've noted you, Mr. Late. You can just put your hand down. Yes.
May I proceed, my lady? I'll be
Yes,
short.
may.
Thank you. Doctor, on Deborah Petler, if we can just go back to that, and the pathologist's report, which we have seen now through the assistance of Mr. van Bergen's questioning, that there's the issue of the plastic in the stomach, and then there's the issue of the perforated larynx. We can't say for sure whether it was a plastic that caused the death of Ms. Petler. I just want to confirm certain aspects of your testimony. We've established that Ms. Petler had a predisposition to swallowing inedible objects, correct?
Yes, Counsel.
And in your expert report, from having looked at the docket, you noted in your expert report that she was totally dependent on staff.
Yes, my lady.
And then you go on, but ultimately what you conclude is that the discharge from Life Esidimeni and placement at Takalani home put her at risk of swallowing inedible objects that injured her larynx, with resultant bleeding, aspiration, asphyxia, and death. So my question is that first of all, do you stand by that conclusion?
Yes, my lady, I do stand by that conclusion.
And can we understand that conclusion from what you testified before about her predisposition to swallowing inedible objects and therefore needing constant vigilance?
Yes, my lady.
And that if she had been monitored and if there was vigilance, then the swallowing of whatever it was, which we haven't been able to find in the autopsy report, would not have occurred.
Yes, that's my conclusion, my lady.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Lead.
Thank you, my lady. Also, may I ask a question to this witness just relating to both Mrs. Sim's question just now as well as that of Mr. van Bergen. A lot of scenarios have been sketched to the witness.
Yes.
Another scenario, I just want to ask, it has been put to you that she might have swallowed a sharp object, as it was stated in the post-mortem report. Another possibility I would suggest is that she might have put her fingers with sharp nails into her larynx or into her throat with the object to vomit. Is that also a possibility that could have injured the larynx?
My lady, the pathologist can assist you. To me, that seems very painful for one to on their own. Remember, it's the gag reflex that stops you from putting anything in your mouth, stops you as you put something to your mouth. To now, in the way the pathologist described it, to go to your larynx with a sharp object and perforate the larynx, and you do that by yourself. That would mean extreme tolerance of pain for you to do it to yourself.
Yeah, but my question is it possible for your fingers to get to the position in the larynx where the contusion was found?
To be extremely difficult. In fact, let me just say, in my view, it's impossible to put your own finger at your own larynx. But the pathologist can assist further. You can mistakenly put something into your larynx and you choke and cough, but for you to manually do it yourself, it's almost as if the brain is not there to protect death.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Doctor.
Yes, Mr. Lead. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Sorry, my lady. It's Neil Vesler. I'm having big problems with the connection, but I have been following and I don't have any questions for this witness.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Veselu. Mr. Pihlela.
Thank you, my lady. As court pleases. Good afternoon, doctor.
Afternoon, advocate.
Since we are destined to interact.
This is only in relation to, okay, Ms. Mohosinyani and Ethel Ngube.
Correct, so my lady. I'm going to be very limited in terms of my questioning. One aspect that I would like to converse with the doctor, which I think has arisen and he's better placed to indicate, is with regard to the timeline for the implementation of the marathon project, because I understand that he was one of the first ones to object, and also they even took the matter to court. I think there is a bit of vagueness in that respect, my lady, and it would be of assistance to the court in the determination of other questions that had arisen before. Am I allowed to proceed, my lady?
Yes, you may proceed.
Permission. As court pleases. Doctor, please assist us with creating a form of a timeline, to your knowledge, especially as to when the actual date when the marathon project was implemented, to your knowledge.
My lady, the actual dates, I will have to, refer to documents, but I can give you the sort of broad picture. We had the rumor early 2015, and I think around October 2015, the MEC announced that the contract had been implemented with Esidimeni. Then December 2015 is when we started the court processes. And around March, that's when we were interdicting the government from discharging patients to Takalani. And I think from that time, that's when it must have been around the end of March when the projects actually got implemented. And I think it lasted for about 3 months or so.
Okay. So if I understand you correctly, the earliest date that you became aware of the implementation of this project would be in October 2015, correct?
The earliest date we knew about it officially as announced.
Yes, officially, yes.
Yeah, but as rumor and engaging and all that, were early 2015, but officially it was announced by MEC in October 2015.
Yes. And with this deinstitutionalization, am I correct in understanding that prior to the marathon project, efforts were being undertaken to reduce the number of beds at Esidimeni?
Yes, my lady, the efforts had been there, not just at Esidimeni, from 1994. The efforts had been put since 1994.
And this was not under the auspices of the marathon project, correct?
No, it was not. That was not part of the marathon project. The marathon project was new.
Okay. Thank you for that, Doctor. The second and last thing that I wanted to understand, maybe let me take you to Miss Virginia Macapella. I think, according to my notes here, it should be page 37469.
Yes, I have it. I have it.
There's just one aspect which I believe emerged during your testimony, which I would like maybe to put a version to you in that respect. And I understand that you were quite adamant with regard to the gangrene that was observed on her body, correct?
That it was there. I don't know. What do you mean adamant, counsel?
No, I mean adamant in the sense that if it was there, it should have been treated, and it's a condition that you cannot miss, and there should have been amputation and so on.
Yes, counsel.
Now, Doctor, you're also aware that Ms. Macapella was at Precious Angels for a period of less than 2 months, correct?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Now, that is a very short period. Do you agree?
Yeah, it is a short period, Council.
Yes. You'd also agree with me, Doctor, that according to the evidence that has been submitted up to so far, and also from your own objections when you were against the implementation of the transfers, was that the NGOs were not ready and capacitated to handle the category of patients which they were now being transferred, correct?
Yes, as my lady have said so.
Now, the version that Ms. Ethel Nubo will present to this court is to the effect that at the time she did not have enough professional staff and that she mostly employed care workers. Now, obviously, in your experience, a care worker is somebody of a limited experience as opposed to a professional nurse, correct?
Yes, that's correct, Council.
Now, do you not think it is significant that the Gauteng Department of Health should have taken note of this fact and, in fact, avoided taking any patients to this NGO?
Well, that is what we had advised even before the project. As I previously testified that these patients were difficult to discharge even to established NGOs.
Yes. You'll also agree with me, Doctor, that if this patient had never been discharged, in particular Miss Virginia Macapella, if she had never been discharged to Precious Angels, perhaps should still be alive. Is it correct to make that assessment?
Well,
Yeah. Is that a fair question, Mr.? Is that a fair question to the witness?
No, my lady. I'm saying, in light of the observations that were made by the doctor to the effect that she had certain medical conditions and those conditions were not picked up, and if they were picked up, were not addressed, and he's well aware of the fact that the NGOs were not ready to take those category of patients. Would it then be fair, in the greater scheme of things, to conclude that if perhaps she had not been taken to that NGO, maybe she would still be alive?
I rather answer to the opposite, that the process is hastened her death, but she could be struck by lightning, something else can happen and kill her.
So in essence, what you're confirming is in the medical field, in the psychiatric industry, deaths do occur under different types of circumstances, and it is not in each and every case that one could link it to negligence, correct?
Yeah, death happened naturally, without even with the best of care, but it should not happen with negligence.
Yes, and even under the best of circumstances, with institutions that are capacitated and they have the best medical facilities, death will inevitably occur, correct?
Yeah, death in hospitals occurs.
Yes.
But the only problem is that it should not, even in a hospital, even at Esidimeni, it shouldn't happen under negligent care.
Yes. I agree with you 100%, Doctor, on that aspect. Now, a further issue that I wanted to converse with you is with regard to Ms. Macapella in particular, and also the observations that you made in your report. My understanding, and you'll correct me, is you are not suggesting that there was wholesale and negligent care in the NGOs, correct?
I don't think I propose anything like that.
Yeah, so you agree with me that you are not saying that NGOs were holistically negligent, correct?
I don't know them, but I'm limiting myself to the specific cases. I cannot say whether there's something negligent about them taking these patients. There was something negligent about them managing certain patients, but I cannot say they're wholesale negligent because I don't know all their activities.
Yes, and you would agree with me that, in fact, that conclusion would be unfair because then we'd expect that many other people should have died as well, correct?
Well, resilience comes in. I mean, you can all suffer a negligent situation. Not all of you will die. Because it's not just about the act of negligence. It could also be the act of resilience of a human body. You can all be exposed to the same injury, but not all of us will 100% die.
Thank you, Doctor. And you'll also agree that a situation of that nature where there is wholesale negligence, or for want of a better word, it's something that is easy to observe even from the outside, correct?
So if there's wholesale negligence?
Yes, if an institution is wholly negligent, they are not treating patients well, they are neglecting their patients, they are abusing the patients, it's something that will be easy to detect for anyone who visits that institution, correct?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by easy, because it may not be easy to detect for a health facility. You would have to be familiar with what they are doing and where the negligence would be. You cannot I cannot expect even a doctor to walk into.
Ms. Hasim?
Yes, Your Ladyship, please.
Sorry, my lady, but this is a very broad and general question that is not fair to the witness. If there's a specific question in relation to a specific deceased in a specific NGO, then my learned friend can put that question to the witness.
Mr. Pichela?
My lady, I'm not going to persist with the question. So I'll move on to the next question that I have.
Okay.
Yes, court pleases.
Can we then avoid general questions?
I'll try to do so, my lady. Apologies.
Because otherwise, you're going to repeat the same thing.
As Your Ladyship pleases. Doctor, let me take you to page 25384. That is the arbitration record.
Yes, I'm on the page.
Yes.
Just a second.
What I would like you to know, Doctor, is, and this I believe would be of assistance also to this court in its consideration of this report, it's on paragraph 5, that is on page, if you scroll down, 25384, paragraph 5, where you were being questioned by the learned advocate Adila Hasim, and you gave a response in paragraph 10, and it seems like...
Is it line or paragraph so that we should...
Sorry, my lady, I think it's line 10.
Yes.
Where it's indicated that the good doctor is now speaking. There seems to be a part that was not captured correctly there, or that was inaudible. And maybe I want you, if you can still recall, if you can go through the exchange that you had and maybe just fill in that missing link there.
Where should he start reading here?
Oh, okay.
Can he start from line 6? Or maybe start from where Ms. Hasim is asking a question?
Yes, my lady, because it seems like there was an answer that he gave, but somehow the record could not capture a certain portion of it. And yes, I'm just taking him back there. Maybe he can, if he's still able to, he can then fill in that missing information.
Just a second, just to put it in context. If you start from the previous page, from line 10, 25383. Just take it from, you can just read it on your own there until you go to this line where Mr. Pihlela, what were referred to by Mr. Pihlela on the next page. Then it will give you the context.
Yes, my lady, can I go ahead?
Yes, you can.
Actually, whatever was notable, I don't think it changes much for the meaning. Can I just read the paragraph?
Yes.
I said that is why I say that the reason they gave, they meaning the Department of Health, that is why I say that the reason they gave is not in keeping with their actions. So building 900 beds at whatever facility they're going to build is a deviation from the policy. So that inaudible, I must have said building 900 beds at Vescopis and Stekfontein is a deviation from the policy. So I can only conclude that they wanted to create an infrastructure crisis, especially when they are discharged. We will have to find the beds for them. So I was trying to say, I didn't put the sentence nicely. I was saying that they were trying to create infrastructure problems so that when the patients are out of life, Esidimeni. Can I pause?
Yes. Are you answered, Mr. Pihlela?
Yes.
I think Dr. Talatala.
Just a second. I see. Yeah, I didn't see your hands. Mr. Van Bergen, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes.
I think Dr. Talatala has become so streetwise here. He now immediately stops talking when he sees a hand going up. My lady, I just in an effort to assist Dr. Talatala and Mr. Pihlela here, I think the answer to the clarification that Mr. Pihlela seeks is to be found in the last paragraph on page 25383, going over onto 25384. Where Dr. Talatala says, in my view, I think they wanted to do away with life Esidimeni. I think at another level, they also wanted to create a crisis because after the process had started, then the Department of Health issued a document that they are going to build 300 beds at Vescopis and 300 beds at Tara Hospital and 300 beds at Sterkfontein Hospital to accommodate some of the patients, which was a deviation. So those 3 times 300 provides the 900, which I suppose.
This is Vescopis, Tara, and Sterkfontein.
Maybe Dr. Talatala can comment.
Yes, but it's how it is written on this top page, but we can hear from him because when he read it into the record, he only mentioned Vescopis and Sterkfontein.
Yes, as your ladyship pleases.
Yes, doctor?
Yes, but it means that it's the 900 is from the 3 hospitals. The Vescopis, Tara, and Sterkfontein.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. Maled, I don't know if I think your ladyship mentioned Advocate Hassim earlier. I don't know if there was an issue.
Yes, there was a hand by Ms. Hassim. Ms. Hassim?
Yes, my lady, I did have a hand, but then you proceeded to talk to the doctor. And what I was going to put to the doctor was the 300 times 3, which adds to 900. But my learned friend, Mr. Van Bergen, covered it.
Yes.
Thank you, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
I am indebted. Now, Doctor, what I want to understand, when you talk about creating a crisis, what are you implying with what you were saying there, with reference to the marathon project?
Oh, well, the judge had asked me to provide my opinion on what I think was behind the reasons were provided, as I've said there. So at the time, I said that because we had found a document that was saying that the department wanted to build extra beds, as those 900 beds in those big hospitals. To do that would be against the policy of deinstitutionalization itself, because the country was not about building big psychiatric hospitals. The policy was about building, expanding community-based mental care services. But of course, if then suddenly there's a crisis of patients who are discharged at life Esidimeni, the country may be forced to then build those hospitals. That was my suspicion of their actions.
So according to those suspicions, you then say that this marathon project was merely a smoke screen in order to make that possible, that ambition possible?
As a possibility. I mean, it's still a smoke screen today because we've never really obtained the real reasons for the marathon. There's never been, I'm not aware of the conclusive real reasons that are fitting with the policy of the country.
The document that you refer to, that you discovered, do you still have that document, Doctor?
My lady, I'll have to go and search. I suspect I should still have it because the Society of Psychiatrists.
That's already the doctor, Ms. Asim.
My lady, the document is in the record at page 30743. That's the document for the proposed construction plan to construct new beds.
Okay. Thank you. There you are, Mr. Pitlela.
I'm indebted to the senior counsel. Okay, Doctor.
I see it's now 1 o'clock. I don't know whether this will give you an opportunity to look at the document. So that
my lady, I'm almost done.
Okay, all right.
I'm almost done. It won't take me a minute.
It's just that I hear you calling for more documents, so that is why. All right, continue.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I think that would be the bulk of my questions in respect of Dr. Takalani.
Are you done?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Ms. Asim?
My lady, may I pose just 1 or 2 questions at most to the doctor arising from Mr. Pitlela's questions?
Okay, you may.
Thank you. Doctor, can I please ask you to turn to page 18312?
Yes, I'm on the page, Counsel.
Do you recognize this letter?
Let me just scroll through it, Counsel, so that I make sure that it's the full letter. Yes, I recognize it, Counsel.
Did you author the letter?
Yes, we authored it as signatories to the letter.
Secretaries of SASOC?
No, as the people who are signed, who are signed at the bottom, and the people who draft signatories, yes, are the ones who drafted. So I can't say I wrote it by myself alone. We wrote it as a group.
So you were together with all these people whose names are appearing as signatures are appearing on page 18314.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct, my lady. And at the time, I was the president of the Society of Psychiatrists.
So, Mr. Pitlela was asking you about NGOs and capacity. I just want to take you to 2 aspects of this letter on page 18313.
Yes, I'm on the page.
And you'll see there's a paragraph numbered 1.
Yes.
And it reads, I won't read the whole paragraph. I think you're familiar with this. But it begins, the MHCUs who require placement in chronic care with 24 our psychiatric nursing and on-site occupational therapy do so because of the severity of their psychiatric disorder, lack of insight, poor level of functioning, inability to live independently, and behavior that cannot be managed in a community setting. Now, Doctor, when you're talking about the MHCUs, are you talking about the MHCUs who were at Life Esidimeni?
Yes, my lady, that was the purpose of the letter. And when we're referring to those mental health care users, we're referring to the kind of mental health care users that are at Life Esidimeni.
And then, Doctor, in paragraph 2, again, I won't read the entire thing, but if you wish to, you can continue. But just the first couple of sentences, it says the community-based residential facilities currently available are not equivalent to the Life Esidimeni care centers in staffing or equipment. They are non-profit organizations run by lay people who have an interest in caring for the mentally ill. And then you break down what residential facilities are available in the community setting, and that they're not adequate, basically. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, that's what we're putting to effect pleading with to the MSC at the time. And what response did you get then from the MEC? Am I right to say that you were pleading with the MEC because you became aware of the intended, the pending termination of the contract with Life Esidimeni? Yes, my lady, that's correct.
And what was your response to this letter?
We never received any response, my lady.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions.
Just a second. Thank you. The doctor is excused. Thank you very much, doctor.
Thanks, my lady.
Thank you for availing yourself. Yes. Before we proceed, I'm of the view that given the questions that were asked to this doctor in relation to the question that came from Mr. Profi, cross-examination relating to the death of Ms. Deborah Petla. All those questions by Mr. Van Bergen, the evidence leader, and Ms. Hasim. I am of the view that the pathologist should be called to clarify those aspects. I don't know whether the Dr. Murule will be available, and when can he be available? Can that be done, evidence leaders?
Malady, I don't know whether the court wished then just to adjourn for the lunch so that we have an opportunity to contact Dr. Marule and see what he's available.
I'm just raising it now because we don't know what is going to happen. We only had this witness for today. So I'm just mentioning it because I don't know. I think because we have now finished with this witness, we are going to adjourn. So that you can tell us, do we have somebody for tomorrow?
My lady, the next witness is Dorothy Franks. I've been communicating with Advocate Patlela pertaining to his client, and he indicated that he would wish to bring an application to this court.
Oh, Mr. Patlela?
Yes.
Can that be, can we deal with this after lunch? And then in the meantime, just check if this witness can be made available so that we can know if the witness can be available. Mr. Peterson?
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, I just wanted to put it to the court that I didn't take an instruction regarding what the witness said about the MEC. I'm not so sure if the witness will be here after lunch. I might just have one or two.
The witness has already been excused. I don't know. You didn't indicate anything.
I was not getting an instruction, but I was trying to get hold of the MEC.
But you should have alerted the court before we excuse the witness. Perhaps I don't know whether, Are you still going to get instructions?
Yes, my lady. It will be about 5-10 minutes from now, my lady. I'm just waiting for an instruction. It wouldn't be too long, my lady. If there's anything, questions.
Evidence leaders, Ms. Marriott, although I've excused the witness, there is an issue arising now.
Yes, my lady.
Will you just talk to the doctor if he can be available after 2?
My lady, the doctor is not with us. It's with Mrs. Stevenson or Advocate Hassim.
Oh, yes. Ms. Hassim, perhaps a note can be, if you can just liaise with the doctor, just to check if he can be available so that we shouldn't be calling him a number of times. I've already excused him because I was not even aware that there was going to be an issue. Just check with him if he's available at 2, although Mr. Peterson is still waiting for instructions. So the court will adjourn now and will resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
May please the
As the court pleases.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I just have one question for the witness. It might even be two, depending on how the witness answers, regarding his response that he gave to my learned colleague, Ms. Hassim.
Yes.
It's regarding the former MEC. The response that he gave was that he didn't receive a response from the former MEC. So I'd just like to just question him about that, my lady. Put a version to him.
You may continue.
Thank you. Good afternoon, doctor.
Afternoon, counsel.
My name is Mr. Peterson. I'm from a team that represents the former MEC, Mrs. Kletani Mahlangu.
Yes, thanks, counsel.
Thank you. Doctor, before we took a break, a lunch break, or before you were excused, you testified that you didn't receive a response from the former MEC with regards to the letter you referred to at 18312. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, my lady.
Now, the MEC will testify before this inquest or inquest that she didn't ignore the letter that you sent. And in fact, the MEC sent the letter to Dr. Selebano and Dr. Manamela. Are you in a position to dispute that?
I don't know their activities, my lady.
So you're not in a position to dispute that?
I can't comment on whether...
Okay.
Thank you, my lady. That's the only question I have for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you, doctor. You are therefore excused.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes.
Thank you, my lady. I was able to speak to Dr. Marule. He indicated that he will be available Tuesday, the 24th of May.
Thank you. Yes, and what is the way forward from now?
My lady, I would submit that Dorothy Franks is the next witness on the list of sequential of proposed witnesses. But we had communication with Advocate Pitlela, and I think he would like to bring an application. I don't know what his stance is up to date at this point.
Yes, Mr. Pitlela.
Yes, quite pleased, my lady. My lady, I had requested the evidence leaders to provide Dr. Mkachwa and for further cross-examination, because when I came on board, I had not cross-examined him and he had already been dealt with. Now, my lady, I understand that the court has made an indication that we dispose of all those outstanding witnesses before we move to the main witnesses, so to speak. And I've also had difficulty getting hold and arranging for a consultation with my client. And I'll need...
What are you saying, therefore?
My lady, I'm not in a position at present to say that my client would then be in a position to testify. Unless she does that in the absence of my involvement, then I don't have an issue with that. Because I need an opportunity to consult with her so we can go through the documents, make a determination if there needs to be any amendments to a statement, consolidate those statements if necessary, because she has made several statements, my lady. It's not something that we can canvass over the phone. And the court is well aware that I've relocated to Benoni. So it means that either she must come to Benoni or I must make arrangements to be in Pretoria. So
But
that we
Mr.
can.
Pichela, what are you saying to the court? Because, I mean, we had a break of about 1.5 weeks, right? And since then, we have proceeded for another 1.5 weeks. So you want to tell this court that you are not ready to proceed?
I'm not ready to proceed, my lady. Your ladyship is well aware that in that break, I've also consulted with Ms. Mogosinyani to prepare a testimony. I've also had to prepare for Dr. Talatala. I was also preparing
How much
for.
time do you need, Mr. Pichela?
My lady, if I can get a day just to be able to sit down with the witness, then she can then give
Where
testimony.
is Mrs. Franks as we speak? Before we get to the recalling of Dr. Mokato and Ms. Buthelezi, let's address this.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, before we go to that, I just want to have an idea. Where is Mrs. Franks? Because all your clients, they were advised to be part of these proceedings. And I don't understand what is happening. Is she part of these proceedings? How are they?
Yes, my lady.
Instructions? Come again?
Yes, my lady, I am part of the proceedings.
Yes. Mr. Pichela?
No, my lady, apologies. I was saying she's the one speaking in the background.
Okay. So she must avail herself to you as to how you're going to meet. It's beyond the court hands. You just see how you're going to meet. So can we address the issue of, you say you want to cross-examine Dr. Mkajwa and Ms. Buthelezi?
Yes.
When did you send that request to the evidence leaders?
On Monday, my lady.
This Monday?
Yes.
Ms. Marriott and Mr. Late, can I have an idea?
My lady, we did receive the request. I have forwarded the email to your registrar to comment, but the court made a ruling that an application should be brought formally for the court to decide whether a witness must be recalled and on what basis.
Yes, I haven't gone there, but I just want to hear. Yes, continue.
I know Advocate Late was in communication with Advocate van Bergen relating to the availability of the witnesses, but I'm not sure when they will be available, should the court make a ruling that they must be recalled.
Yes, but Mr. Pihlela's indication is that he wasn't present when they testified, but he must also lay the foundation, the basis as to why he wants to cross-examine the two witnesses, because these were objective witnesses, as I remember. Mr. Late?
And they didn't indicate, my lady.
Yes. Mr. Late, are you there?
Yes, yes, my lady. These two witnesses testified. I would like to use the word ad nauseam for a very long time.
Yes.
And every possible aspect of the evidence was addressed by other legal representatives. They do not at all implicate any of the NGOs. Their testimony was confined to the relationship between themselves, the department, and the people who picked up the patients from Life Esidimeni. I would submit that Mr. Pichela must, if the court has a proper look at, or Mr. Pichela and the court have a proper look at Section 11 of the Inquest Act, he must lay a basis. He can only ask questions allowed by this court. I submit that he must at least indicate to the court what is the basis for his calling back of Dr. Mokachwa and Mrs. Buthelezi.
Yes, I agree. Mr. Pichela?
My lady, perhaps before Mr. Pichela answers.
Okay, Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. I wish to add my voice to those of Ms. Marriott and Mr. Late. Your lady will recall with respect that both these witnesses testified over lengthy periods. They were cross-examined to the nth degree by all the participants at that stage. I understand that Mr. Pitlela was not
Present at the time.
But I would submit that at the very least, he must indicate to your ladyship, in respect of which of his clients does he seek to cross-examine Dr. Mkhatshwa and Ms. Buthelezi, and what issues does he wish to take up with them? And that is in line with your ladyship's ruling regarding cross-examination in general. My lady, as has already been said, these witnesses did not point fingers at any specific NGO. Their evidence was of a factual nature, setting out in detail the history of the whole process. And I submit that good cause should be shown by Mr. Pitlela for his request.
There's a hand. I don't know who that is. Yes, Mr. Sibaro.
I'm struggling to put on my camera. Sorry, my lady. I share Mr. Pitlela's view, because this is the undertaking this very same court made with the NGOs who were unrepresented when we were busy trying to get them legal representations. That as and when you get legal representations, you'll be afforded the opportunity to consult with your legal representations. The legal rep will peruse the record, and that legal rep will be given the opportunity to cross-examine the witnesses who are passing by. A number of colleagues now, they are making submissions that Dr. Mkhatshwa testified at a great length. Today there was Dr. Talatala. He's coming here almost for the fourth time. This court allowed him to come back. Mr. Pitlela has not even elaborated the extent which he wants to cross-examine Dr. Mkhatshwa, and we are all objecting to that. My lady, in fairness to the NGOs and Mr. Pitlela, I think it is best for this court, before the court could make a ruling, to allow Mr. Pitlela to outline his cross-examination before we can jump to his head, because we are all now trying to paint a picture as if we just want to cross-examine in a glossary fashion. There's always this notion that witnesses are coming here, they're not implicating NGOs. But if my mind serves me well, there's evidence of Dr. Mkhatshwa that NGOs were coming to Life Esidimeni to just pick and choose patients as if they were in an auction. I don't know how far Mr. Pitlela will take that to extent. So, my lady, we don't have to limit Mr. Pitlela, though we are pressed for time, but we need to appreciate that he is the one who consults with his own clients. He has got a shape which he wants to run his own case to defend or to present the case, not to defend, my lady, for lack of a better word, but to present his client's versions. I think the best opportunities should be given to him to lay out this cross-examination, and thereby we can therefore dissect if the court will make a ruling that is it necessary for these people to come back. That's my submissions, my lady. Before we can say
Thank you, Mr. Sibara. Before you repeat yourself, I see Mr. Late, and there is a hand by Mr. Profi. Who's the other one who I didn't take note of? Okay, after Mr. Late, then Mr. Profi will follow. Mr. Late.
Thank you, my lady. If Mr. Sibara had listened closely to our arguments, he would have heard that we asked the court to rule that Mr. Pitlela must explain to the court why he wants to call these witnesses. We didn't object summarily to the recording. He must at least lay a basis why he wants to call them. It's not a question of not affording him an opportunity if he can put relevant information between this court. And that is why we raised our objections, because Mr. Pitlela's addressed to this court when we started with this argument is he asked the evidence leaders to make these witnesses available. And it's not our duty to make a witness available. These witnesses are the court's witnesses. And he must, this court must decide whether these witnesses will testify, and then we will arrange for the witnesses to be present.
Thank you, Mr. Late. Mr. Profi?
My lady, I'm only impacted by this because I too came in exceptionally late on behalf of the two NGOs, so I too have the recalling issue. So my ask is that if we're expected to, when my learned friends were presented with these witnesses, they were, as the evidence leader says, could ad nauseum present whatever they wanted to the evidence. And then the consequences now, because somebody wasn't legally represented, now that you are, we must jump through hoops that they didn't have to jump through in order to get the NGOs' voices heard. I don't think that's fair to the NGOs.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you seem to be mixing issues here, all of you. I mean, you just jumped the gun. The court, Mr. van Bergen, do you want to say something before the court says something?
Yes, my lady, with your ladyship's leave, if I can just reply to what Mr. Sabara has stated, and perhaps also...
I wanted to go to that, but it's fine. Let me hear you.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Sabara referred to Dr. Takalani as an example of a witness who has been recalled. Dr. Takalani can be distinguished from Dr. Mkachwa and Mrs. Buthelezi. He has testified on specifics involving
specific
identified
NGO.
patients. And for that reason, he could limit his evidence to what was relevant and in relation to the issue of causation. As regards the reference to Dr. Mkachwa's mention of the NGOs picking and choosing as if at auction, your ladyship will recall with respect that the evidence was that they had arrived even before witnesses were being transferred and started looking at patients. And that was what was objected to. The evidence was not that they had then taken patients of their own choosing. So there's no relevance to causation as far as that aspect is concerned. My lady, I think the important thing, and this relates to what Mr. Profi said, yes, one can't just say that because these two witnesses have already testified at length, they need not be recalled. But that is the purpose of the request that I put, and supported also by Mr. Late, that we need to know what issues they seek to traverse, because then one can determine if those issues have not already been addressed and whether it is necessary to recall them.
Okay, thank you very much. The court has, are you still, I see there's Mr. Martin.
As it pleases your ladyship. My lady, I think it's probably already been covered. But what I was simply going to say is that, of course, there's no inherent objection to a witness being recalled. I don't think anybody can say that at all. It just must be justified to avoid the matter lengthening through a fishing expedition. And that's the upshot of it.
Okay.
In the narrowest terms, as it pleases.
Yes. If I may, Mr. Pihlela, do you want to reply?
As court pleases, my lady.
Mr. Okay, thank you. Just put your hand down. Is that Mr. Van Bergen or is there any other person? Please lower your hand. Thank you. Mr. Pihlela.
My lady, your ladyship will recall that when I joined the proceedings, I was given an undertaking by this honorable court that when I requested a postponement in order for me to familiarize myself with the record, I was given an undertaking that as the proceedings progress, I will be allowed to recall certain witnesses.
Yes.
And I took on the mental on that understanding. Now, this new condition that came at a later stage after that undertaking was given, to the effect that whoever wants to cross-examine must now lay a basis for why they want to cross-examine a particular witness. With respect, my lady, it came at a later stage, and it actually basically cancels the undertaking that I was given initially. Now, my lady, I'll say this in this respect. Yesterday, when the learned counsel Van Bergen was requested to provide information with regard to a witness and where he wants to go with that witness, he was very adamant that he's not under any obligation to do that. And it shouldn't be that he must reveal the process of his cross-examination and where it's going. He's under no obligation to do that, because that would amount to curtailing his cross-examination unnecessarily. My lady, I'm mindful of the fact that these witnesses have testified. Now, at the time when they testified, there were no restrictions in place. Hence, maybe their cross-examination was ad nauseum, as they say. But if I was present on record at that stage, I would have been allowed an opportunity to cross-examine without those restrictions being put in place. Now, I say to this honorable court, my lady, that what has been done before with regard to this witness, I should also be allowed. I cannot base my reasoning on the fact that this witness was previously cross-examined by others, and probably when they don't know what evidence I'm going to canvass. But at the same time, it's not for me to simply just, my lady, to simply just, I might as well submit a list of questions for the witnesses to answer. Because if we are applying the same standard of fairness, then it should be that I should be allowed to cross-examine. If I'm straying, the court is alive to that, and the court will indicate, and objections will be raised as to the line of questioning, as it has been traditional and as it has been done with each and every witness that I've cross-examined. But for now to say, now Pitlela must justify the reason why he wants to cross-examine a witness, I think, my lady, that's opening a can of worms, and it's giving, it's interfering with the undertaking that I was given, and also with the cross-examination that I wish to present. I am willing, my lady, to direct the questions to this court and for this court's attention only, and nobody else. I should not have to reveal it to my colleague. I'm under no obligation to do that, to tell them why I want and what I want to do with that witness, so that they can have advanced knowledge of where I'm going, as it has been objected to yesterday, my lady. I'm willing to direct a list of questions that I have to your ladyship for your ladyship's consideration. And if your ladyship feels that some of those questions have been canvassed and are not relevant, obviously I serve at the pleasure of this court, and my intention is to assist this court to arriving at a just determination, my lady. So I'll address those questions to the court if the court feels so, but I'm under no obligation to address it to anybody else in these proceedings.
Thank you very much. Mr. Martin?
As it pleases your ladyship. My lady, I believe it's section 11 of the Inquest Act simply provides that anybody who wishes to ask questions can do so with the leave of the court.
Correct.
It makes, your ladyship has handed down a directive in terms of that many months ago now, I think. There's no suggestion that any party can make that application in camera, or that they can approach you without anybody else being present. It's a simple threshold that needs to be met, and it's a threshold that's in the statute. It hasn't been enacted solely to make life unpleasant or difficult for Mr. Piklela. It is the statutory hurdle that he must meet. He must satisfy this court that there is good reason for him to ask the questions. So my submission remains the same. He must make an application, and he must justify why he wishes the witnesses to be recalled, so we do not waste any further time. As it pleases your ladyship.
Thank you.
My
lady, I'm going to cut some of you.
Yes, just one aspect.
Let me check after Mr. Van Bergen. Is there anyone else? I see there is another person. Who is that? There must be a limit. Who is that?
I think that's my hand, my lady.
Okay, I see it. It said Mr. Van Bergen and another. All right.
Thank you, my lady. It's just in response to Mr. Pihlela's reference to my unwillingness to have provided all the participants to these proceedings with the list of documents that I was going to lead witnesses on, that is completely distinguishable from the present situation and his application. And I don't want to belabor the point. I agree completely with what Mr. Martin has said. This is not an attempt to block the witness from being recalled, but it is to ensure that a witness is not unnecessarily recalled.
Yes.
As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you very much. I want to place on record that Section 11 of the Inquest Act speaks for itself. Yes, it is true that some of the legal representatives came on board at a very late stage of the proceedings, and their clients were assured that should their representatives want to cross-examine any witness who has already testified while they were not represented, they will be afforded that opportunity. But I want to state that it does not necessarily mean that each party has an automatic right to cross-examine a witness. With regard to the previous witnesses where Mr. Phihlela and others were afforded the opportunity, there were specifically clear reasons as to why they had an opportunity to recall, to cross-examine those witnesses, because in most of the instances that was when his clients were implicated. Now, in this instance, Mr. Phihlela, in respect of these two witnesses that he wants the court to recall, he has to satisfy the court in terms of Section 11 of the Inquest Act as to, and lay the foundation as to on what basis does he want the witnesses to be recalled. Thank you very much, Mr. Phihlela.
As your ladyship pleases. I don't know if your ladyship means that I should proceed to do that now, or as I requested that I will then forward an indication of that nature to your ladyship, and she can decide the matter on her own.
Okay, you want it to be done, or you want me to do it on my own?
My lady, I wanted to address
You can address the court so that we shouldn't waste any time. If you are not ready to do it now, you can do it in the morning. That's fine.
That's your ladyship pleases. I'll take the opportunity to do that in the morning, my lady.
Okay. I see it's now almost 2:30. Can we then adjourn the proceedings until tomorrow morning?
May it please the court, my lady.
As it pleases your ladyship.
May it please the court, my lady.
May it please you, my
As
lady.
it pleases the court.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Thank you.
As please the court, my lady.